everybody, and welcome back to Darvanalee Designs Studio. For those that don't know, my name is Nicole Nicole Reed, and today we are here, as you can see, for our craft of the day is crochet. So I am just teaching myself how to crochet. I have been teaching many people how to read symbols and how to follow patterns and all that sort of stuff over the years, but I've never actually put it into practice. So this year, well, actually last year around this time, I started a blanket, then put it off and all the rest of it. If you've been around for a while, you know that that's how I roll. So anyway, I am doing I've got 2 projects on the go right now. I have a shawl on the go, so I'm starting to do wearables, and I'm also doing a blanket, which will go into the library at some stage. So it consists of little, where is it? It's over there, so I'll have to grab it in just a second. But it consists of little daisies. Daisies are my favorite flower, and I'm doing a green and white blanket that has the little daisies on it, so it should be super cute. I have done 5, 6 maybe. Just trying to get the feel for my tension and stuff like that, because as I said, I have been able to teach people how to do it, how to read patterns, the different terminologies, all that sort of stuff. But I've never actually put a lot of stuff into practice myself. So I have dabbled over the years, but this year I decided that's it. I'm going to do it. So I have a couple of things on the go. So one of them I've learned about while we were on here. It was called the virus shawl. And, of course, put everything way out of reach. And all this stuff. So I have that, and I'm using what they call a Karen cake, and I started doing that. It's in here somewhere hiding. It's just in a little blue bag that I had. So I've started doing that, and it's going to be in these colors here. So we've talked about this before. So the good thing is that I can put the pattern onto my Kindle. So I've always got my Kindle with me, and so I can just drag this off with me now, and whatnot. So there's been a couple of things that, like I'm not sure about and all that sort of stuff. So I've had to go and watch videos like everybody else, when you're learning to do something, you've got to go and watch videos and all that sort of stuff. So I have the pattern now on my Kindle, and I have been using the video to do the daisy blanket. Let me just grab those squares for you. I've got stuff all around me because we're going to talk about some stuff. So I've shown this before, but for those that haven't seen it, I have them on my blocking board right now, which is only tiny, but it works. Okay, so that's where they're at right now. And I've been using the video for this particular pattern, and recently I noticed that they actually had a written pattern. So I've purchased the written pattern because, why not support the creators? They're putting their time and effort into this. They're creating videos and all that sort of stuff. Buy the pattern, even if you don't use it. It supports them and all that sort of stuff. And I'm a firm believer in, if I can afford it, I will support. Now, when I started doing this, I was really watching my pennies and all that sort of stuff because I was saving to go on the cruise. And I'm back from the cruise, and basically I've purchased the pattern, and now I'll go into saving mode again for the UK. So, but as I said, I've got what did I say? 5? Yeah, I've got 5 done. This is the tension that I'm going for. This looks really well. Now I did change it a little bit. The yellow bit was supposed to be bigger. There was supposed to be 2 rounds of that. So I've actually changed it. So this should have another round on it. But just in the center there, I changed it a bit because I like my daisies to look a little bit whimsical and stuff like that. So that's why I changed that. And I didn't like a lot of yellow in the center. I wanted more white and more green. So that is why I've done that. So I've purchased the pattern, and I just brought up Etsy now so I can send that over, because it's a PDF pattern, so I can send that over to my Kindle, and then I have it all the time with me, because my Kindle goes everywhere with me, because it has all my books in it. It even has some of my physical books that I'm pretty keen to read and stuff like that. I'll go and get them on Kindle and pop them on there, and whatnot. So yeah, and now I'm putting some of my patterns on there. This is a 32 gig. I think it is when I got it. So like PDFs aren't that huge, so it's not going to take up a lot of space. And if you're wondering where to find it, you just go into your documents. So the little filter part on your I think I can bring it up and I could possibly show you, but on your when you go into your library, you can see here on this side of your screen there's a little, looks like little slide bars. Okay, at the moment I've got it set to Kindle Unlimited because I was looking for a Kindle Unlimited one, but when you press it up, it will give you the filters, so you can have ones that you've downloaded. You can take out the Kindle Unlimited and it'll bring everything up when you go into your library. Let's go back. So it'll bring up everything that is, because all my ARCs and all my advanced reader copies go onto here and all that sort of stuff as well. I've even got like Poppy Wars, which are what I'm reading. But if you click on it, it'll give you a lot of options down the bottom, and you just click on whatever one and it'll just bring up that. So for me, I want my documents, which I have a lot of on here because the ARCs also go under as documents. And then it just brings it up. So I can bring up the virus shawl, which is there. And then it just brings up the pattern, and then I've got the pattern there for me to use. So I don't have to have a paper copy. And the reason that I ended up doing that is because my printer, which I have to get onto HP again because they fixed it and now it's not working again, because it's connected to their I get ink from them. If there's a problem, and that I've got to contact them because they sometimes stop the printer from working if you know, like if your thing's late or whatever. But it's not late. They've taken it out. I checked all that, and so I don't know what the heck is going on there. So I figured I might do a couple of these today because I will be doing the green because I was practicing. Where are they? I was practicing, and I have done, I think, about 15 circles. I've got a big bundle of them in there. So I've done the centers. No, maybe not 15. Maybe I think it was 15 in total after I do these. So I've got these centers all done. I've got this little puppy here to get into and put some white on that. But I thought what I'll do is put some green around these. I was going to work on the shawl, but I think I've made a mistake. So I'm just looking at it. I think I may have made a little bit of an error. So I thought it's probably best if I don't work on that while I'm live. So I've got all of these little centers, and you can see, like, I like that there's a lot of white on the centers, and that's the good thing about, like, yes, if you're following a pattern, but with granny squares and stuff like that, you can actually make them your own. So because these are just a form of granny square, basically I went, I didn't really like, I wasn't using the same wool either. So the pattern called for a really chunky wool, and so their squares are a lot bigger, and they had that extra round in it. But it didn't change the construction of it or anything like that. It's just one less round. So yeah. So once this is done, because this was going to be for Mia, but then we decided that we were going to paint the library green, and I thought that this will work really nice in there. So Savannah doesn't know it's going in there yet. So Savannah, if you're watching, block your ears. We'll talk about it later. There's been some debate about what we're going to get for accessories and stuff like that. Not heated debate, just, you know, we've got I'm very boho. She's very masculine in her taste. And so I'm trying to soften it a little bit. And so we get a happy medium. So she's agreed to plants and everything in there, which she had no choice on that one. But so she has a very masculine energy in her decorations, in her vibe and all that sort of stuff. Not that that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But when you bring in boho and you're combining masculine with boho, you can, yeah, it's a struggle sometimes to find a happy medium, but we're working through it. And, you know, she's really happy that she's going to help me decorate my room and all that sort of stuff as well. So I have a picture that she found, and I'm like, that's exactly what I was not exactly, but it's what I was going for. And yeah, so she has a very masculine energy, and I'm trying to tone it down with some earth tones and stuff like that. So hence the plants, the greenery, the green we both agreed on, but the accessories we were struggling with. So but we found a happy medium now. She did convince me on the weekend to buy a fur blanket for the room. which I don't mind. It's nice and soft, and so I ended up getting it for her. Little does she knows that that's part of her birthday present, because the girl sent me broke on the weekend. I love you, Savannah, if you're watching. I love you lots. And talking of birthdays, it is my youngest 18th today. She's still asleep. I haven't had a chance to wish her happy birthday yet or anything. So basically her dad and I talked about it the other day, what we're going to get her for her birthday, because my kids don't necessarily get. Okay, so I'll explain. Brendan does not buy anybody birthday presents. He refuses to buy candles, even though I love candles and I love trinkets and all that sort of stuff. And that shows me that you love me when you buy that sort of stuff for me, like, you know, that love language through gifts and stuff like that. He refuses to do it. He barely remembers our birthdays at the best of times. He is a man after all. But however, he will buy jewelry. If you say that you want jewelry or you want a car or you want this or you want that, he will buy that for you. It just won't necessarily happen on your birthday. So it's like you get a birthday any time of the year. So, which is fine. We've accepted that's how Dad rolls. So the other week I seen that she had a pair of earrings in that were sending her holes in her ear a little bit green because they weren't very good quality. And I said, you know what? You need to get a decent pair of earrings. She doesn't know it yet that it's actually going to be for her birthday. But we talked about it on the phone the other day, and he's like, yep, cool, no worries. We'll go and get her a nice pair of gold earrings. Like she wants hoops that she can wear all the time. So I'm hoping that we can get a small pair for her that she can wear every day to work, and then the larger pair that she can wear whenever she wants. And that'll be her 18th. The girls always get a 16th birthday. They get a ring. And then for the 21st, we haven't discussed what they're going to get, but they'll get some sort of jewelry, something that they can keep forever and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, I digress. She's 18 today. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'm excited for her because she's been hanging to go out, and her sister's coming up on the weekend to be a designated driver so she can go out and get maggot. So yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm planning on sitting up for that. Because that's going to be funny. I'll just make sure that there's buckets and, you know, all the things that she needs for when she's going to be extremely hungover. I'll just make sure that it's all set up there, and Savannah will make sure that she drinks it because I'll probably be asleep by the time they get home and all the things. So yeah, I'm super excited for her, but sad in a little way because, you know, she hasn't left home yet. That's going to be a rough week. So 18 today. I can't believe it. Like, my last little one is 18, and which means that Mia is 9 this year. What the hell? No, 10. Hang on. No, 9. Yeah, 10 next year, 2015. Like, whew, the last 10 years has just flown by, is all I can say. So that is basically what I'm going to do today. All right. So, well, I've shown you what they look like. I did do a little bit of shopping while I was away, so I'm going to work on that a little bit more today. But I did some shopping while I was away. Now, sorry about the rustle. I make project bags for people and all that sort of stuff. So I got some Be Kind. It's got Be Kind, Be Positive, Be Grateful, Buzz, Honeybee, Honeycomb. It has crowns. Carry On, Be Calm and Carry On is on here. So it's all just a bunch of words, but I seen this. I got this from Cairns when I was in Cairns because we went and visited a craft shop with all the crafty ladies. And and so I got this. So I'm going to make them into some project bags. I'm not too sure. I do have some honeycomb fabric up there, which I'll probably end up doing for the lining. I have to see how many I can get out of this first. But yeah, I'm going to make them into project bags. So they will be coming soon to the Facebook group and whatnot. Let me just get rid of my shawl over here. Ooh, oh, lucky that all fell in there. Everything just fell into my bin, so it was easy to pick up. So I got that. And then I got this book, which we talked about last time that I was on. I got this, and there's some projects in here that I wanted to do. So let me just find the first one. I want to make some headscarves, and this had a pattern in here for it. So when I'm cleaning and stuff like that, because I always wear my hair up, my scalp sometimes gets really sore, and I'm trying to find things that I can make because I don't like headbands. Headbands, my hair is really soft, and so my headbands just slip off all the time. They drive me crazy. So I tried out one of Savannah's tie scarves, and it really worked really well. Very boho 70s style. I'm just trying to find it. Bear with me for a moment. There's lots of little goodies in this one, but I got some yarn for it while I was there. Savannah helped me pick it out. In fact, she insisted that I get it. So there's two shawls here. There's a shawl, and then there's these little headscarves. So I thought that I would make one of them, and I got it in my favorite color. So I think I got 3 balls of this in the end. So this is 4 Seasons. It's called Flinders, and it's cotton. I wanted it, so I wanted cotton because I didn't want an acrylic, because an acrylic can sometimes make me itchy, whereas I know I've wore cotton headbands before and they don't make me itchy. So I'm going to use it. I think I got 3 or 4 balls of this when I went to Spotlight. So I think that'll be cute. That'll just be my housework little scarf. And that way on weekends I can, and when I'm crafting and stuff, because my hair is very top heavy here. So when I lean down, if it's out, it gets in my face and starts to annoy me. So I figured making something like that with that color, and it's such a pretty color too. It's a very plum color. It's a very Savannah color, but it's also a me color as well. Like I like these deep purple, earthy sort of tones and whatnot, which it will be very evident in the next bunch of wool that I bring up. So I got 4 balls of that, and this was down here. I went shopping on Sunday with Savannah. I spent the weekend with her, got back on Saturday from the cruise, and then I spent some time with Leanne finishing off a quilt for her, and then Savannah come and picked me up about 1 o'clock, and then I spent the rest of the time with Savannah until I think 3 o'clock the next day. All right, so the next project that I'm going to do, and I'm probably going to start this sooner rather than later so I can use it next winter. That is the crescent shawl. So there's this one here. That's what it looks like. Okay, while wearing it. Very simple. It has popcorn stitch in it, and that's what it looks like when you're doing it. It has, so again, it's in that like clamshell shape, half a circle, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, so I got that, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to go with my earthy tones. So it says it takes 12 balls, I think it said. Yes, 1,200 grams. So these are 140. I did grab 12 anyway because, as Savannah said, you may end up just extending it and making it into a rug. So we'll see how we go. But I am looking forward to using this. It's so pretty when it's all together. I walked around the corner with it, and it goes like, did you leave any for anybody else? I'm like, probably not. No. So I'm going to be starting that sooner rather than later. So I got those. And I think that's going to look pretty. They're definitely, I love this color. But when I priced up this yarn, online, just not affordable. This was on special, and I know that it's acrylic and all that sort of stuff, whereas this is wool, but when I priced it up, it was just not price friendly for me at this point in time. Had I not been going to UK in 2026, then, you know, possibly I could have done it, but I can always make it another time when I'm a little bit more financially viable. At the moment, everything's going into that. So I thought these were good. And then when I got to the checkout, they had $6 on them. And when I got to the checkout, they were on special, and I picked them up for $4 each. So I was very happy with that scenario. And I think that's all I got. Oh, and then I'm trying out different hooks and all that sort of stuff. And someone said to me to try the ones with the grip on them, that to see if that works better for me. So I got a set of these. I think these were like $8 or something. And it had sort of everything from a 2mm up to an 8mm. I do have my other set, but they've got no grip on them. And I'm just wondering, like, because my hands get a little bit fatigued. So I'm wondering if that is playing a part in it. So the hooks that, the other hooks that I have are just like these cheap. Like I don't have a problem holding them, but after a little while, my hand gets a little bit sore. So yeah, I just thought I'd give these other ones a go. If they don't work, I'll just pass them on to Savannah because I know that she uses this type. And she said, oh, if you don't like them, I'll have them. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you will. So, yeah, so that is my haul that I got while I was away. I'm pretty happy with it. And I can't wait to make this. I mean, this would make a beautiful blanket in a boho room because my boho room would be very earthy. So it'll have a lot of these colors in it and whatnot. So I'm pretty happy with that. And I must say, the girl that packed the bag, there's the other ball of yarn. The girl that packed the bag for this yarn did an absolute cracker of a job to fit all of the yarn in this little bag. So I'm basically just going to put this in my cupboard and keep them all together now that I've got all those other little bits and pieces out of the way. So, yeah, so that was my haul. I had a fabulous time on the cruise, and I had a fabulous time shopping with Savannah. We got some accessories. We didn't get the rug because I didn't have enough to get the rugs that we were looking at because we're looking at getting a runner and a circular mat. I think she said, I don't know. Anyway, we couldn't sort of decide on that. However, I did find for Neralee's room for when she moves out, we went to IKEA as well. I did find a nice little day bed, which doesn't look like a day bed. It looks like a little couch, but you could definitely use it as a single bed. Like it's as wide as a single bed, and it's just got one end, a little bit of a back at one end, and right at the end, and then right at the side at the top end of the couch. And it was relatively cheap, which I think was $199. I did take photos of it and all that sort of stuff. So that is what's going to go into that room. And I just have to see if they've got it in different colors, because when the one I seen, because we didn't go upstairs into the furniture part, we're just downstairs. The one I seen was in blue. I'd prefer it not to be in blue. Worst case scenario is I can make a cover for it, which is easy enough. So I'd prefer it to be in black or something along those lines. So I'd have to go and see if I can get it in black. I also found my bed as well, which is the bed frame, which is only $400. So that was a bonus because I'm scaling down from a queen size down to a double. And what else did I find? There was something else I found. Oh, and I found my couch as well at IKEA. So I'm definitely going to be shopping at IKEA for some of my furniture. And, yeah, I was pretty happy. It was a very productive weekend. But anyway, let's have a look and see who has joined us this morning. We have Amberly here. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. Susan, who I cruised with on last week. Hello, Susan. How are you? Are you home now, or are you still gallivanting around the country with hubby? Hopefully you're home safe and sound. Good morning, Saluna. How are you? Amberly's saying hello as well. They are cute little flowers. They are very, very much are. They're so pretty. When I seen it, I just had to have it. I'm just having a look. Let me just see if I can share a picture with you. What is going on with this? Why is nothing coming up? Shop manager. No, this is not what I want. I just want to go to Etsy. It's not letting me do anything. Your profile. Thank you. All right, let me go to account. No. Why is it not bringing up anything? I had this other problem the other week. I'll have a play around with it in I don't know why it's not letting me go to my, like, you know, when you go into Etsy and yeah, and you go to, like, as if you're shopping, but it's taking me to my account. It's not letting me go to here we go. They've changed, moved something. There we go. Oh God, the first thing I open up, I see I want. Oh, let me just add that to basket, because that's definitely going into my basket. It's a cross stitch. So I've made a purchase for this. Let me just go to my purchases. Okay, go away. All the pop-ups. Oh, drives me mental. Let me just go to my purchases, because it was the last thing that I purchased, and I'll see if I can bring it up for you and you can have a look at it, and I will drop the link. All right, now let me just get back here and change this around for just a second. Actually, I'll go to this one. This will be better. And I'm just going to share this tab instead. That should be sharing now. That is what the blanket's going to look like. So I paid $9.63 for it, Australian. And that little cross stitch up in the corner is what I just put into my basket. But that's sort of what it looks like. So yeah, so anyway, that is where I'm going to end up with it, and that's the owner of the blanket and all that sort of stuff. So let me just go back here and come back to here and share this tab instead. Look at me getting good at it. It is so pretty, but they used chunky wool on it. So yeah. Hello, masculine boho. That's a vibe. I know, right? Trying to bring earth tones to a dark and shaded person. It doesn't always happen. Like, I love the dark, and like my vibes sometimes can be very masculine as well. But I'm sort of, yeah, I've always been, you know, a bit boho and all that sort of stuff. I always wear long flowy skirts and all that sort of stuff. And I've been a bit hippie-ish over the years, and I think that stems from my mum, because my mum's a hippie. And yeah, and I like all that sort of stuff. But she actually does pull off masculine boho pretty well. Like, there's this outfit that she wears. Like, she wears a vest, she has a hat that she wears. She's got the scarves and all that sort of stuff. She wears knee-high boots with it, and then she found this skirt just recently that's all in like autumnal colors, and it's like patchwork, and it is definitely masculine boho. Like, when you look at it, it's definitely that, and she pulls it off really well. But she sometimes looks like a pirate at times and whatnot, but it's fun. My dream is to have a library that doubles as a witchy room with herbs and plants everywhere. Nice. Happy birthday to Nerali. Maybe spelt wrong. You got it all right except for the I. It's an A there. It's Nerali. And some people spell it as neroli, the herb, so, which is pronounced neroli as well in some places. Hello, Christina. How are you? Thank you for joining. Thank you to everybody that's been here. For those that are new here and not sure what's going to happen, basically what will happen when we finish getting through all the comments and everything, we will go quiet and hyper focus, and I will definitely need that because I'm crocheting. We'll hyper focus for an hour on our crafts, and we'll come back, have a bit of a chatty bit. We'll do that several times until the day is done. And yeah, so we'll get there in the end. Everybody's saying hello. Just going for my shower. Be back soon. No worries. It's going all right. I haven't done any more because I didn't really get any crochet done. I ended up teaching someone how to, like, we were doing some crochet on the boat and whatnot, but on the ship. God, if anybody heard me calling it a boat that I know that are ship people, they'd be crying right now. So that's all I've got done. Pretty much what I showed you last time. That's all I've got done. I'm pretty happy with how it's going. I think I've made a mistake over here or something has come out. But yeah, I've just got to double check that I've got everything right. And I'm just going to keep going with it. At the end of the day, it's my first ever wearable. So I'm not getting too hung up on how it turns out. But today I'm going to be working on my daisy blanket and get some more of these squares done. And yeah, hopefully I've got a nice little pile of centers here. So I'm going to endeavor to do them. I'm probably going to have to bring the video up again anyway, but I can do that on my phone. So that won't interfere with the stream. Just to give myself a refresher because it's been a hot minute since I've done one. So yeah. I think I'm going to take a shower and then go for a walk and then crochet during this sprint. Nice. Sounds like you've got a plan in place, although I want to go back to my 60 blanket, finish the donation blanket. I will watch from the beginning so that I can see the haul. I was over on Nell's channel talking about the 80s and 90s TV shows that I had no idea about. Can't believe Coda has never been to an IKEA. Really? Oh my goodness. At home now. Awesome. Hello, Jojo. How are you? Thank you very much. Hello to Susan. Susan and I were crafting together last week on the cruise. I've known Susan for quite a number of years now. Been to a couple of retreats together. One that I ran, and this one that was put together by someone else, which was nice because I didn't have to think about anything, which was great. Those pop-ups and automatic videos on websites are the worst. I know, right? And I only say, because I've got ad blockers and stuff like that on my computer, but on Etsy, they just seem to still come through and they drive me mental, to say the least. Hello to Jean. Everybody's saying hello. I love how friendly we all are. It's so great. That would be beautiful, Saluna. Yeah, it would be. Practical Magic room, but library as well. That's what I would like. And I will get that one day. That I'm planning on having a room that'll have herbs and stuff in it out in the yard. It just won't be having books in it because, you know. That was almost painful, Jean. Feeling so old. Christina. Christina, we're in a club with Nicole. What? 6-day blanket. Oh, 60 blanket. I read it as 60. Did you say 60? You did say 60. That's all right. I thought I was going crazy there. What club are we in? The old club. The old and can't read club. Or type. I think I'm working on a blanket today too, and switching with my son on a diamond painting while we read City of Fallen Angels, or right after I finish supper. 6-day blanket. It auto corrected to 60. That's all good. That is all good. The Practical Magic House, yes, right? Not the Millennials Club. Yes, not the Millennials Club. No, I'm definitely not a millennial. I'm far too abrasive to be a millennial. So yeah, there anyway. I do know a lot of the shows from the 90s and stuff like that because I had young kids growing up during that time. So I do know, I do know a few of the shows from well, I know most of the 80s shows and 90s and stuff like that. So yeah, but can I remember them names off the top of my head? Not so much. So today I am listening to an Australian author, Joy Detman. This is the third in the series, Woody Creek series. I had to think then. It's Moth to the Flame. We are continuing on with the story of Jenny Morrison and her life and all the shit that she goes through, because it's pretty a shitful life so far. But, you know, she's rising above it and she's trying to find a way around it. So I'm up to page 110. I started this last night. And then I will promptly be going on to book 4 of this one as well. So, yeah, so that's where I'm at. And I've got this on audio through my public library as well. So I'll be able to listen to it once I get into the swing of things for the crochet that I'm going to do. The Cranky Old Ladies Club. The Cult Club. We can call ourselves Colk. I was a bit cranky this morning. I woke up very cranky this morning. We were talking about Knight Rider and Murphy Brown, if that tells you anything. I know Murphy Brown and Knight Rider. My brother was right into. See, I have young siblings that 7 and because I was born in 1970, my sister was 75, which she's a Gen X, and so is my brother, but they watched a lot of those shows. My father and mother loved Murphy Brown, so watched a lot of that. I don't think I ever seen the last episode because I think I'd left home by then, and I didn't have a TV for a long time, and I was too busy getting getting out, partying, living life, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so but Knight Rider, my brother was right into Knight Rider, absolutely loved it. Murphy Brown, absolutely loved that show as well. I just loved her sarcasm. All those shows. And Roseanne, oh my god, like so not PC, but so good. Yeah, there's lots of shows that we watched and stuff like that. So yeah. All right. So what's going to happen for those that are new here, because I've had a lot of people popping in and out. What's going to happen is the sound is going to go quiet. I'm not going to do any talking. You'll still get to see what I'm doing. I'm going to move the camera down. It's called a sprint, and basically the mics will go quiet. So we'll have a timer, as you can see there. It will count down. We'll come back and chit chat when we get to 0, and we'll see how far we've got with all our crafts. You can tell me how you went, whether you read, what you did, all the things. So generally I will have an audio book going when I'm crafting and get some of my bookish content done. But today I do have to have a refresher on the video just to make sure that I've got it right in my head, because as I said, I can teach people how to do this stuff, but I've never actually put it into practice. So now is the time for me to put it into practice, so maybe I can teach more people and actually show them. Like I can do the stitches and stuff like that. I can't do some of the fancy stitches, so there's that. So I'm just going to get on with this blanket and get it done. All right, let me just bring the camera down and crafty the crafty old lady club. Yeah, the crafty old lady club, that works better for us. I think it's still the the Crocker club. Oh, so yeah, it sounds better than cranky, because I'm not cranky all the time. It's just when people piss me off, that's when I get cranky. So don't poke the bear is all I can say. Leave the bear alone to hibernate. All right, I am going to bring the camera down so you'll be able to see what I'm doing, which probably won't be too much in the beginning, because the simple fact is that I'm doing a little bit of a refresher. I have my little TV stand here. I've got my phone. It's great. Like I can sit my phone like this and watch the video. Excuse me. And yeah, and so the timer is going to start. You'll get to see what I'm doing and all that sort of stuff, but the mics will be muted. All right, let me bring the banner up. We're currently sprinting, which I might take that from, just let me change that, edit that to a banner, and that way it won't scroll, and that way okay. Yep, that's cool. You can still see what's going on. No, I think I'll take it back to the ticker, because it's a little bit thinner and it scrolls along the bottom. So yeah, there we go. You can see much more there. All right. I will also go back to here, and I will take this away as well. Look. No, that's the one I want. I'll get there in a minute. No, it does both. Okay, so I can't do one or the other. All right, so that is what we're going to do with that. Yeah, this came with my phone. When I got my phone, it came with it. It was, I think it was actually a bonus that I could pick. So, because sometimes Telstra does that. It's great, and I could just sit it there. I even put my, when I'm sitting here reading, I put my Kindle on it. It opens up and it sits on there really good. So it's just open like a book, like a little plate stand, because, you know, I'm high tech and all. And it just sits like that, and then I just touch the screen as I want to change the thing. So it's really good. And I set it up in TV, like in bed and stuff like that. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I got it from a phone shop. All right, let's start the timer, and I will see you all in an hour. Oh, hello. We are back. Let me just finish this stitch because I'll lose where I'm at. Right. Okay. So I got another one started and I got one finished. So yeah, I made a couple of counting errors and went into the wrong stitch and all that sort of stuff because it's been a hot minute since I've done this blanket. So I'm still happy with it and how it turned out. And I think I've got it now. I've got the pattern down on my Kindle. So the section that I'm up to, I can just go back to what it is and all that sort of stuff. The error that I made is when I went on to the next row, a couple of times when I turned the corner, I didn't skip a stitch. And so, yeah, so that's why you probably see me pull it apart if you're watching the screen. So I had my little video refresher, so I can sit that up there now out of the way. It's still in my ear for when I need to do it. But I think I'm going to work on this for a couple of days and get some more of these squares done. And I've got all the yarn and everything I need for it. And this blanket says with what she used, which was a chunky 5 with an 8mm hook. Excuse me. And she needed 42. I think I worked out to get the same size. I need 72, if I remember correctly. We got up before I've got 2 more crochet hooks from Clover that I want to try that I purchased, and I can't find them. So they're somewhere. I've unpacked them. They're somewhere for sure. So I didn't take this bag with me, so I don't know where I've put those, but I have seen them. So I may have put them away somewhere. Or I may have left them at Savannah's as well. So I'll have to ring Savannah and see if I left them there because we were talking about crochet and all that sort of stuff while I was down there. And then I found a 9mm hook, which I think was Savannah's. So I might just leave that there because I've never used that sort of hook before. So yeah. But yeah, I'm happy. I got one done. It took me a little bit longer. As you can see, like once I've got the hang of it, I go pretty quickly, which is good. So that makes it a lot easier. Just getting the hang of it for the beginning. In that last 5 minutes, I got almost a full round done. So I'll get quicker as I go. I do like the feel of these hooks though. They feel a little bit better than these ones. Although this one, because I was using a 4mm, and I'll just show you the difference between the two hooks. So I'm also using a 4mm with this one here, but I think it just looks slightly different. Like, yeah, I don't know. It just looks a little bit tighter. I don't know. Maybe and it feels a bit finer too. So I don't know whether it's just out by a little bit. I mean, not same as, anything in quilting. Not all things are equal. So we'll see how we go. For my first one, I'm pretty happy with it. I am going to do one in autumn colors as well. But I am going to do it as a sunflower. So this will be my spring blanket, and then I might do a blue one. So in like soft blues and all that sort of stuff. See how I go. Yeah. So it'll be something that I do every now and again. Do you know what I mean? Like, so this is my spring one. I was hoping to have it done by spring. So yeah, but there are also like daisies that you can get that have like the blue centers with the white. So I'm thinking of doing one like that. So doing like a dark blue center, but with a variegated. I've got some variegated ones up there that I'm going to take to do as samples. I did see some nice blue ones at Spotlight. So I'm thinking of going to do so where the yellow is, it'll be blue, and then this will be white, and then this outside will be like a really soft blue one for winter. And you can also get daisies that have like purple in the center and stuff like that. So if I can't find a nice blue, I will get a purple to do it instead, and then do the outside with purple for my winter one. And a Christmas one, well, I'm just going to do red in the center, white. I might actually do white in the center to turn it into, what is that flower that's really popular at Christmas time? Poinsettia, I think it is. So do the scheme of that. So maybe yellow, then the red, and then the forest green for around Christmas time. And summer, I figured that I'll just do like, because there are daisies that have a really soft pink in the center, and maybe do like an aqua around the outside. So that is the plan, to just have and they're not very big, they're just lap quilts at this size in the 8-ply rather than the chunky wool. And I think I prefer the 8-ply anyway, because they're a little bit smaller blanket. But that'll keep me busy. So I'm hopefully, do you reckon I can get this finished by the end of the month? No, I don't. If you have faith in me, kudos to you, because I don't have faith in me at all. So I'm hoping that I can get at least maybe use it for 1 or 2 months in spring. We'll see how we go. If not, it will definitely be ready for next year and whatnot. But I forgot how, like, they're pretty quick and easy once you get into them and all that sort of stuff. And the shawl, well, that'll just be, excuse me, a work in progress for a little while. For some reason, I have hiccups. And whatnot. So yeah. All right. So I did leave the link for, and I've pinned it to the top of the channel. I did leave the link for the blanket that I'm working on. Now, remember, I'm using 8-ply, so that's why my yarns look a little bit smaller and all the rest of it. I couldn't get chunky when I went looking. I couldn't get chunky in the colors that I wanted, and that's why I ended up going with 8-ply and whatnot. So all right, now let's have a look. We were talking about the Crafty Old Ladies Club, which I think that's what we should call these sprints every Thursday. That I think it's the Crafty Old Lady Club. I like it. I like it a lot, Christina. It sounds way better than that, most definitely. Exactly. I need one of those. Oh, the stand for my thing. We talked about that. I think Bun used to have, but I'm not anymore. Okay, fair enough. This is where I realized that I'm not a moderator on my own channel. Because I go, here's the link. And then Jean's like, you didn't add the link. And I'm like, sorry, I'm not a moderator on my channel. So here's the link. So yeah, that was all happening. And poor Jean sent me a message saying that she was a bit panicked there for a moment, because remember months and months ago, my Kindle wouldn't connect to the internet, so it was useless to me. I couldn't use it or anything like that. Jean was having a bit of a panic attack because the Kindle was constantly updating and she wasn't sure what was going on. And I'm like, ooh, when I listened to it, I'm like, ooh, I hope. Mine never did that. Mine did not do any updates and all the rest of it. And then all of a sudden, I was about to chuck this in the bin, and I went, oh, I wonder. And then all of a sudden, all the books that I had purchased over I think it was like 6 months it didn't work, all came up in, and it started working on the internet again. And I'm like, lucky I just didn't crap it and just chuck it, because this Oasis was, I think when I got it because I got the cover as well, I think it was on special. I might have got it on a Prime Day. I can't remember now, because I got it a few years ago now. And it was still like nearly $400 delivered. So yeah, but just to show you what it looks like, the pattern that you can buy, it's really well set out. I've just enlarged that. So with your documents, when you go to enlarge it, I don't know if you use documents on it, you get this little square up in the corner, so it'll show you where you're moving it's got a little box of where it's showing and all that sort of stuff. So you can enlarge it if you need to, and reduce it back down to the size. So I'm just trying to, I think I've got it upside down how I normally use it. That's what the problem is. Is it going to flip? Yeah. So it's really well laid out. So each section is really well laid out. You can see there. The pattern is $9 something here in Australia. So it'll probably be the same in in Canada. But it's laid out, it's got explanations, it's easy to see. You can see the picture of what it is, although it doesn't show up on the document in your Kindle. So it'll just tell you what it is. but yeah, and you can use it like you don't have to swipe. You can just use the button to go where you need to go. And yeah, I really like it. I like how it's laid out, and it even shows you, like, you've got pictures and everything of what it should look like, and then it goes to the end on how to put it all together and all that sort of stuff. So it's very well set out. It's laid out lovely. It's got it's even when you get to the end, it tells you congratulations and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's really well laid out. I like the fact that I can have it on my Kindle as well. The only problem is my Kindle shuts down every now and again, but you just have to touch it and it works. So all right, that's where I was up to. So I like the fact that I can have my Kindle. I don't have to have my tablet, which is big and bulky. I can sit that on my little stand and all that sort of stuff, and I can see the pattern as I'm going. So and I'm trying, like, I'd done the video refresher, but now because I'm used to like symbols and stuff, this is actually telling you what to do. It is in American terminology for those playing at home. So at the moment, I know that the terminologies are different from the UK and Australian, and I think Canada uses the same as the US. I'm not too sure. Jean, excuse me, if you could tell me that in the comments, that'd be fabulous. But and I've got this book that has the terminology as well, so which makes it super easy. But if it's got a single crochet in it, because I was talking about this on the cruise, because there were some people that had only done like the American terminology and had never followed a pattern with the normal crochet, like Australian, not normal. So basically I said to, like, the girl that I was teaching, which is Leanne. So Leanne is at work at the moment, but if you're watching the replay, Leanne, hey, how you going? How's your chaining going? So I have Leanne doing, because she's a knitter, and Leanne was struggling with how to hold the yarn. So I think we got to the point where she can hold the yarn okay and feel comfortable. But as a knitter and not done crochet before, you could see that she went to go and wrap the yarn around instead of using the hook. So there was a little bit of just trying to get the mindset around it. So I said, all right, well, what we'll do is we'll just do chaining. We were going to start out with a granny square, and I said, no, we'll just do chaining. So she's going to make that cowl that I showed a couple of weeks ago. I think I showed it to Jean, and it is just basically you get a ball of yarn and you just chain it, and you leave maybe 2 or 3 meters at the end of the yarn, of ball of yarn. Like, obviously use 100 grams because it makes it bigger, and then you just chain it, and then you make a loop. However bit long you want your cowl to be. If you want it to wrap around twice, then you need it to be a decent size. So I said, we're going to do that, and that'll give you a chance to get the feel for tension, all that sort of stuff, because that's how I started. And it's a Jenny King pattern that I used. She was standing at the craft show one year. She had a ball of yarn in her pocket, and she was sitting there. She was just chaining, and the chain was going into her other pocket. And so she said, all it is you take this Noro wool, you get this size hook, which I can't remember, I think it was a 4.5, might have been even a 5 millimeter, and you just chain the whole thing, leave about 2 meters at the end. That's it. Then you make a circle, and then you wrap that 2 meters around the back of where it's going to sit on your neck, so it sits nicely and it gives it that stability to hang it up. So anyway, I said do that and see how you go. And by a couple of hours later, she was doing, like, we went and had dinner and come back, and then a couple of hours later Leanne was just sitting there and she was training, and you could see that the progression from her not knowing how to hold the yarn to getting feel for holding the yarn, not wrapping the wool around, using the hook to go yarn over, and the tension was starting to get better. So I assume by the time she gets to the end of that ball of yarn, she'll have a feel for the hook, she'll have a feel of holding the yarn and not wrapping it around as if she's knitting or anything like that. But then the conversation went to, well, you know, it gets a bit tricky when you're on the internet and you find patterns and all that sort of stuff. So I said, well, okay, the best advice I can give you is when you find a pattern, if it's got single crochet in it, okay, so single crochet is basically a double crochet in Australian. So I said, if it's got single crochet in it, then it's American pattern. If it's got a double crochet and trebles in it, then it is a British Australian pattern. And one of the ladies was like, oh, okay, cool, no worries. That is a good way to test it. She'd only ever done American terminology. So what I'm trying to do so I can help people and all that sort of stuff is have both terminologies come to the forefront of my when teaching and stuff like that. So I'm planning on pressing pause for that. Don't know what I was doing there, just hovering. So yeah, so I'm trying to learn the terminologies, and then when I'm doing it, I also want to make sure that when I'm doing it that I know that this is a double crochet, but it's also a treble. So so a half treble and a half double crochet are exactly the same things. They just have different names for it. And it can get quite tricky because a lot of people are coming to crafts via the internet, and there are a lot of people that are American that use the American terminology. And what is even funnier is when you hear a British person doing a tutorial and they're doing it in American terminology. That cracks me up because, you know, like you would think that they would do the British way, which is the Australian way. But it's quite interesting to try and wrap your head around that. So now that they've got that idea in their head that, you know, if it's got single crochet, that's all you need to look, because train slip stitch is the same. You know, although popcorn stitches are called bobble stitches in the US, tension is called gauge in the US. Miss in Australia, New Zealand, and UK terms is skip in the US. And it says here it's Canadian as well. So we have like yarn over hook, which is YOH, whereas in the US they just have YO, which is yarn over. And there's just little terminologies that are a little bit different. You can find all this information on the internet, but just know if you have now, not to say that there are no trebles in the US and Canadian. It's just we get to triple trebles. They are actually a double treble. When we have a double treble here in Australia, it is for the US and Canada is a treble. Okay, but if you just look at the pattern and you see a single, you just see predominantly single crochet and half doubles and double crochets, that generally indicates that it is definitely a US or Canadian pattern. So hopefully that will help anybody that's thinking about getting into crochet or anything like that. And if you've got any questions, you can always hit me up in Discord for the conversions and stuff like that. But we have lots of people over there that do crochet. So we've got Christina is a crocheter. Jean is also a crocheter as well. We've got a few knitters over there as well. I think Jess from This Kiwi also dabbles in a bit of crochet, but predominantly a knitter. And I'm going to be picking Jess's brain for knitting and stuff like that, because it's something, it's so weird to me that I know what the terminologies are and all that sort of stuff, and I can talk about them quite and sound like I know what I'm talking about, but to actually put it into practice, I haven't done it. And because a lot of time when you're in classes, you're not actually doing it or anything like that. And I have had a little bit of instruction from a friend here, Rhonda. When the girls were younger, she taught my girls how to crochet. And she used to come here once a week on a Thursday afternoon, and we'd sit out on the veranda before it became a stitching den. And yeah, and we would do crochet. The girls have made stars for the Christmas tree and all that sort of stuff as well. So and she is accredited by Jenny King, and for those that don't know who Jenny King is, she's an Australian designer, and she does very simple and beginner friendly patterns and all that sort of stuff, but she uses a lot of Japanese yarns, so like Noro and all that sort of stuff. She does use normal stuff as well, but I've only ever really seen her specialized stuff, and she's pretty fabulous in her techniques and all that sort of stuff. But this is the year where I'm going to teach myself to be, you know, just pick it up and I can just start doing it and all that sort of stuff. But the terminologies are what trip a few people up. And the only reason I found out about that is because I was being taught in the UK, Australian, and New Zealand terminologies. And then I got on a book and I didn't even think, I just thought it was all the same. And then when I started doing it, the pattern turned out different. And then I ended up asking the lady that was teaching me, she goes, oh, there's two different terminologies. She goes, I didn't even think to cover that with the, you know, the internet becoming more of a hotbed for different crafts and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was quite a interesting. The bag did. Let's say the bag did not turn out how it was supposed to. I don't even have the book here anymore from what I was working from. So yeah, this is where everybody was laughing at me because I'm not even a moderator on my own channel. I love the Be Kind fabric. So do I. They're going to be fabulous little books. And I thought to myself, you know what? I need, because I don't want to carry around these big plastic trays of hooks and stuff like that. This one I don't mind, but I'm going to make a zipper pouch that this will fit in, and then because that keeps all my scissors and yarn needles as well. And it's got really fine ones for, because I want to make doilies and stuff like that. I actually want to make a wall hanging with really fine stuff with crochet, and it has all my really fine needles in it. A couple of people have asked me in the past where I got this from. I actually got this from, I think it was from AliExpress years ago. I got one each for the girls, and then I had, there's one of my hooks are missing. There's quite a number of hooks missing. I have to go and rummage through Savannah's stuff. I know I've got my 4.5, but my 5.5 and my 6mm are missing. So yeah, I'll have to go and track them down. I'm pretty sure Savannah's got them. So but yeah, come in this little zipper pouch. I think it was like $15 for all of them. If I was to go to Spotlight and buy them all, I was up for hundreds of dollars, because they start at $9.95 and whatnot. Hello, Jess. How are you? Just doing some final editing here. Then I will focus on Catching Fire again. That sounds weird. The book Catching Fire. She's not going to catch fire. Saying hello. I'm swatching for a sweater using hand spun. My gauge is a bit off, so now I will start over with bigger needles. Nice. Can't wait to see it. Don't forget to share it over in the Discord. How's that for timing? Edit literally finished when the timer went off. Nice. So learned how to shower, and my doctor visited. Doctors. Looks like I'm here into next week. Oh, hun, I'm so sorry. You'll have to get your friends on a rotation to bring you decent food. That is sad. I'm sorry. Well, hopefully we can keep you company with lots of sprints and reading and all that sort of stuff. We almost made it to chapter 7, and I almost have the tree done on my diamond painting. Nice. They want to do a nerve conduction study next week. That's fair. That's fair. Good morning, Tanya. How are you? Would that yarn you're using be Fiddlesticks 8-ply in stage? No, it is 4 Seasons pure wool 8-ply, and I got it from Spotlight. So yeah, it was the nicest color. The color's probably, it's not the true color. I'm just trying to get the true color. No, it's not. It's a little bit darker than that. It's probably 2 shades darker than what it's showing. So yeah. Okay, my son is taking a turn on the diamond painting, so I'll be crocheting on the blanket in the next sprint. Nice. I am using that with the cream for my grandbaby that's on the way. Oh, yay. Your blanket is going to be gorgeous when completed. Thank you. Could be the next one on my list. Well, the link is up there. I was saying a bit earlier, like, you can make this from her video, but she's put a lot of time and effort into the pattern and also the video as well. And I mean, she's a fairly big channel and all the rest of it, but even fairly big channels need to be, you know, supported and all that sort of stuff. So I bought the pattern, and Tanya, you're in WA, right? It'll only be $9.65, I think it is for you. So let me just bring it up. $9.63. So yeah, and I'm using different yarn than what was required, because I couldn't get the chunky. So I decided to just use 8-ply. So for those that are looking for the pattern, this is where you can find it. I just put it into the comments, and it went up because I commented from my channel. So yeah. And as long as that includes people who feel old, yeah, you can feel old and be in that club as well. So yeah. We often use American terminology. Yeah, I just looked at, because this is Peyton's. Like, Peyton's is a popular one, and it definitely has Canada underneath the US terminology. So that's good to know as well. So and I guess because you're so close in proximity to them as well, and we've always used, like, everything has always been British for us, which is not surprising. I find patterns in both, so I have to learn them both, yeah. But for hook size, we use UK terminology. Yeah, because I think we were talking, my husband and I were talking about this the other day, because he purchased a Harley Davidson off a friend that was getting rid of it, and he had to do some work on it. And so he's had to get parts and stuff like that. But Harley Davidson is American, and we work in millimeters, so it's really hard to get it right. And so he's had a bit of trouble with that, and he was getting quite frustrated. I said, "Oh no, I feel you," because as far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, as far as I'm aware, America is the only place that still uses imperial measuring system, whereas the rest of the world's on metric. For me, I use imperial all the time for my patchworking, because the majority of the patterns come out of the US. So that's why I use inches. And to be honest, like, it is a lot more accurate in my mind when it comes to doing it, because you end up, when you do conversions, you end up with 0.0 millimeters, and so if you round it up, it can be a little bit weird and all that sort of stuff. I can read both what's going to end. I can do both. Did that pick up your TV again? I just love how my daughter comes out to say good morning. Should I rush out and wish her happy birthday and make a fool of myself, or just let her drive off? I'll just let her drive off. I'm going to go down the road and get a mud cake later and just put candles in it and put it on the table and say happy birthday, because she probably won't. I think she's actually going to work. That's why she's walked out. She'd be pissy. She's got to go to work. She's the older she gets, the more pissy she is in the morning. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Thank you for joining. When I was a kid, I used to do miles and miles and miles of chain while the cat chased it. I will go to bed, and I would go to bed, and my grandmother often ripped it out. I have seen a bobble and popcorn, but maybe that's because the patterns are varied. Could be. I know, Canadian. That was from our conversation the other day. Like, that has been stuck in my head. As soon as I go, I say it. That's so funny. Anyway. I always love seeing drawn diagrams for crochet patterns, because if you have one of those, it doesn't matter which terminology and language is in the text. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I sometimes forget what the symbol is, and I'll have to quickly look it up. But for the most part, I'm pretty much good with the symbols, because that's all I knew prior to actually using words for terminology. I'm here for you, Nicole. Any knitting chats are welcome. Awesome. I haven't started yet, but I do have, I don't know if it's handy or not. Hang on a sec. I swear I'm a collector of books. So I've got this one here, which is knitting. And it is sock yarn, One Skein Wonders. And I've got a ton of sock yarn. So I want to tackle some of the items in that, so you can see some of them there, and then on the back as well. It's pretty laid out really nicely as well. But I need to practice, like, getting to, I can knit, and I can somewhat purl. I get caught up with that one, but I have this one, 400 knitting stitches. I thought that I might be able to do a blanket and just do, you know, the test swatches that they do, like the 10 centimeter squares or whatever they are. I thought that I could just put a heap of those together. And then I have this one as well, the Knitting Bible. This I picked up. This has got like hats and beanies and scarves and gloves and all that sort of stuff in it. And it's got a few different things in it. So I figured I will start with those, but I'm going to work on the crochet for now, and then I'll get into the knitting a bit later. that. Of course, I'm still going to cross stitch and all that sort of stuff as well. You know, let's just fit all the crafts in and whatnot. But I'm looking for more portable crafts. So like patchworking is not really portable unless I'm doing English paper piecing. So I've covered that one. Diamond painting is somewhat portable, but if you're doing a big one, not so much. Cross stitch is also portable as well. So I'm scaling back on that and not using all my frames. So I got 2,000 stitches into one of my pieces on the cruise, and that's the most I've done all year. Pretty much. Well, I've not worked on that at all this year. So I'm hoping, and I just did that. I was just sitting there with it. It was in a hoop, but it was just, I just sat there and done it. And I'm thinking that that's what's tripping me up lately, is that I don't want to sit out here. I want to sit in the lounge room, but it's an ordeal. And so I just don't end up doing anything. So yeah. I am zero use with talking about crochet. I think I've only learned American. That's fine. Fox Collection also have a crochet hook complete wallet. Nice. Pretty hooks. I'm saving up to buy a Chicago set. I want to get the I don't think I have any here. There's a set that I want to get, and they're all like colorful. They're colorful wood. I did have, and I don't know where it's gone. It has gone MIA. I will have to, I've got a lot of stuff out here from rooms and all that sort of stuff, so that makes it a bit hard. So it's colorful wood, like they're hand carved and all the rest of it, and I want to get some of them. There's knitting needles like that as well, and because I have a wholesaler that I can buy from, so I'm going to get some of them. And I've got a patchwork presser made out of the same stuff, and they're just so nice to hold. Like, I love the feel of wood. I'm not a fan of the like, I don't mind these. These are great in a pinch. And I think these are really smooth and work really well. I have good luck with these. This is the first time I've used these ones. I'm sort of, I don't know, I feel like after time, these could get a bit tacky. I mean, they're cheap. They were $10. Like, they're cheap. So I feel like these could get a bit tacky. So I'm not too sure how I feel about them. So that is where you can buy the pattern for the blanket that I'm making. WA, mine came from Spotlight 2, very similar. Okay, fair enough. Is 8-ply like for worsted weight? That is a really good question. This is where I get tripped up with the weights and like all that sort of stuff. But I think it is. Let me just have a look. 8-ply is equivalent. Okay, the Good Yarn, I knew that it'd come up. I couldn't remember what it was called. The Good Yarn has a conversion chart which converts Australian and New Zealand yarn weights, European and UK weights, American yarn weights, what is a double knit, triple knit yarn, etc., etc. They have a really pop-ups on there. They have a really good explanation of different things on there. So in the UK, 2, 3, 4, and 5-ply, 6-ply, although some brands may use different terms. So in the UK and European, they use ply, and they might use fine, light, medium, and heavy. American weights use the worsted, but they tell you what they are and all that sort of stuff. But I'm pretty sure that this actually has a chart somewhere on their website that gives you remember coming to here and getting it. If I find it, I will put it into the so it says here, for example, double knit and light worsted weight yarn and 8-ply are generally the same thickness. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. DK refers to as 8-ply. Okay, so in Australia, worsted weight yarn is often referred to as 10-ply. This has got, I knew it had it. It just brought it up for me. Yeah, where did it go? Just went away again. All right. 8-ply is American, is light worsted number 3, if that makes any sense in your terminology. But the good yarn actually gives you hook sizes and all that sort of stuff as well. So they have a little chart like that on their website. You can go and check all that out, and it gives you the conversions and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, mud cake, I know, right? Woolies mud cake, exactly. That's the only cake we get. What is a mud cake? Well, we go out into the backyard, we get some water, we get some dirt, and we make a cake. Mud cake is a very rich and dark thing. Just increased to 220 stitches for the baby blanket. It will be. Oh, you just sent me something. Okay, cool. Thanks, Jane. I'll have a look at that in a minute. And so yeah, mud cake is like a really rich cake, decadent, very dense, and it's divine. And Woolworths here in Australia make the best one. As Selena is pointing out, that's the only cake we get. Like, I don't even try. Like, Savannah said to me the other day, she goes, I wish I could make a Woolies mud cake. I'm like, don't even try, hun. It's never going to happen. Many have tried, and everybody has failed. So that is one secret ass recipe that they have. So you're not going to get it. I also knit, just as an FYI, I can't do it as much because it's harder with my arthritis. Never break a finger. That that audio was from the TV. Okay. Your TV's great. My favorite baby blanket to knit is originally dishcloth. I just increased it and then eventually started decreasing. Awesome. Is that one you did for Coda, Jean? The blanket said Coda was crocheted. It was so pretty. It was very pretty. I love the feel of the wooden ones. They're a little over 40. Yeah, they're not cheap. Not cheap at all. So yeah. Hello, Jackie, and welcome to the channel. I have some hooks from England that my grandmother brought to the US around 1910. Nice. They would be beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I think the sock weight is a 2 here. Normally, most available worsted or 4. Yeah, probably that would make sense. Yeah. I'm applying for a student accessibility to have someone attend my tutorials at uni in order to take some notes on information that is not recorded. That sounds like a really good idea on that. Or are you able to defer for a year, like 6 months or something like that? American yarn terms can be confusing. Lace weight, fingering, DK, sock, worsted, Aran. I'm going to stop reading because I'm already confused. Hello, Kathy. How are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. How are you, hun? Hopefully you're having a fabulous day. And as Selena says, hope you're doing well. That was meant to be a smiley face. Didn't even notice. Well, there you go. Hello, Bryce. How are you? First time joining sprints on this channel. I'm going to be using these for reading, if that's okay. That is perfectly fine. We do crafty reading here as well. I just do crafting sprints, yeah. And so you're more than welcome to come and hang out anytime. Thank you, Selena. I'm doing well. And hello to Bryce. Awesome. All right. We have got to the end of the comments. Let's fire up this next sprint. So I'm going to bring this down so you can see what I'm doing. And yeah, and then that way we can get another 60 minutes under our belt. All right, let's hit the play and I'll see you in an hour. All right. I got 2 done in that sprint and part of another one done. So I only have 2, 4, 6, 7 left to go. So hopefully I can get another couple done before we finish up today. That we are going to do one more sprint because we had a little bit of an extra long chatty bit in the second, between the first and the second. So yeah. All right, where are we up to? I think this is where we're up to. The only thing with crochet, it makes me feel really sleepy. So after I finish here today, I've got to go down and get a mud cake and a birthday card because she's gone out. And I'm just going to put the birthday card there and the mud cake for her, and then she can have that. And then we'll get her a birthday cake on the weekend when her sister's here. And I've got to go down and get gas because apparently we've run out of gas. So, yeah. But, yeah, I haven't wished her happy birthday yet because I haven't actually seen her. And she's avoiding me because she knows I'm going to hug her, and she doesn't like being hugged. But on birthdays, you must be hugged. And that. But I will send her a happy birthday because it is getting on in the day. And so yeah. So her and her dad don't do birthdays very well. That they don't do any of that. They would have, yeah. And I don't know why, because I've always made a big deal out of birthdays and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just so weird. All of them are like that. On that, I think I'm the only one that gets excited about Christmas and birthdays and all that sort of stuff. I think they're absolutely fabulous. That you've gone a whole trip around the sun again and all that sort of stuff. The cruise that I just went on, that was to celebrate my birthday at the end of this month. So, and I got myself a watch as well for my birthday. I needed a new watch. My other one died. So yeah. Anyway, Kathy is good. Finally getting my porch painted. So picking out the paint colors. Nice. I love doing all that stuff. I have so much to do in my house, and I've been looking at it. I'm like, oh, maybe I could spruce up the colors a bit in the lounge room, but I'm like, no, just leave it how it is. It's perfect how it is. It doesn't need to be touched up, just the white. Because the white's gone like a creamy color, which happens with some house paint after an extended period of time. It'll go like an off-white color. So I'm just going to freshen it up and yeah. But Neroli is looking at struggling to find a place, so she's probably going to be here a little bit longer. So she sat down and talked to me about it the other night, but we think we have a plan for her. So yeah. But that is exciting. Bryce saying hello to Christina. I'm giving up for tonight. I'm still not getting the gauge right, so I'll have another go up another needle. Swatch a third time. It's a color work with 7 skeins, and I'm out of patience. So going to read and work on a nice boring sock instead. That works. Go with what you know. And to me, making a sock wouldn't be boring because I've never made a sock before. So read some of my arc of the conditions of unconditional love and got 3 rescue kittens. Not nice. I don't know what is wrong with me today. I've got the hiccups, something chronic. I got a row done. Nice. Jean read 2 chapters, but no crocheting. That's fine. It's getting late for you though, guys, isn't it, guys? What time is it? It's 12:30. So yeah, it'll be getting close to midnight for you guys. I get sleepy crocheting too lately. It's very relaxing or something. Yeah, I just I'm actually not having, like, even though I've got this going, because I had a brain fart. You probably see me trying to join the thing. I had such a brain fart. I had to go and look it up again and do the magic knot. It was not working for me. Let me just go and look that up. So yeah, a bit of a brain fart there. So, but I got it in the end, and I continued on that. So I will now have, I like working with cotton, and I'll show you something else that I'm looking at making as well. I just don't know. It'll probably be a couple of years off, but I'm actually going to buy the pattern because I really like it and I really want to make it. And oh, wow. Oh, did I switch over? I must have switched over to Darvanalee Designs. I've got 999 plus notifications on my, I haven't been there. I haven't been there this is the first time this week, because technically for the craft channel I'm off until the weekend. And yeah, so but anyway, let me find this pattern. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it very well, but I will at least show you. Where is it? I don't want, there's other patterns on there, but I fell in love with this and I figured, you know what, I could at least make the skirt portion of it. I don't necessarily have to do the top bit because I'm probably a little bit too busty for it and a little bit chunky around the middle, but I could make it a skirt, and I don't look good in dresses. Like, I just feel it's not, I do look good in some style of dresses, but they're more like your 50s style of dresses, which are harder to get. So I have to make them myself, and I'm not there. With my sewing skills, I can make lots and lots of things. Clothing is not one of the things that I've done a lot of. I am planning on rectifying that in the future, but so like the Venus sleeves with the V-neck, and like it's got to be a particular type, and it's got to have because I'm long-legged but short-waisted, so dresses look really weird on me. So skirts and tops work better for me, okay, for my body type. It's not that I'm body shaming myself or anything. It's just because I'm weird. I have short, stumpy little torso, and I have longer legs, even though I'm short. Go figure, right? So I found this pattern. It is by Mermaid Cat Designs .com, and I just absolutely love it. It's done in cotton, and I want to make that, but as a skirt, not as a dress. They've got lots of other patterns on there as well, and I think that as the skirt, it would do well for like, you know, your curvier babes out there and all that sort of stuff. So I mean, this would look stunning on Neroli, because Neroli is proportioned right. Even though she's short, she's proportioned legs and torso. So dresses look really nice on her. Savannah can pull off, same as me, can pull off some dresses, but other dresses not so much. So yeah, so I sort of want to make it. I think Neroli would look absolutely stunning in that full dress, but I want to make the skirt. I really love it. I love long skirts. I haven't investigated their website fully at this point, but they have lots of stuff on there. Accessories, all sorts of stuff. So they do have skirts on here. Ooh, fancy. That's a little bit fancy. I don't think that's quite up my alley. No, I don't think so. And that's under skirts. That's weird. So yeah, anyway, they are Mermaid Cat Designs. They have a bundle sale on at the moment. 55% off 7. Sorry, yeah. Excuse me. 55% off 7. 44% off 5, and 33% off 2. So if you buy 7 patterns, you get 55% off. So yeah, but I absolutely fell in love with that. There's a ton of other stuff that I love in crochet and knitting and all that sort of stuff, but this was the first skirt excuse me, that I've seen. It's a dress, yes, but I can just put where the bodice meets up, I can just put elastic in there. Excuse me for a moment. Okay, I think I'm back. So yeah, that's what I want to do. So but yeah, I get really sleepy when I'm doing crochet, but I'm trying to do more crafts where I don't have noise going in. So with my cross stitch, I'm just counting stitches and all that sort of stuff. So I listen to a book because I can fall into that. But with crochet and knitting, I sort of want to have a craft where I don't do anything else but that craft, be present in that moment. So that's what I'm trying to do at the moment. And so I haven't listened to any of my book today, which is fine because I'm going to do some cross stitch tonight. It's 10:30ish. Yep, cool. Socks used to be intimidate me, but now I've made so many that plain socks are something I don't even think about anymore. That's awesome. All right, just having a coughing fit there. Don't worry about me. Just finish boxing up the donations for tomorrow. I have to be out of Dad's house by next June, and downsizing isn't fun. No, it is not. I wish you all the luck with your downsizing because I am also in the process of doing that. Like, yeah, I'm renovating the house and all the rest of it, but I'm downsizing a lot of the other rooms. So I'm getting rid of cupboards and just general junk of everybody's because I'm going to be an empty nester soon. So I figured, like, the lounge that we've got there, even Savannah said, she goes, it is a ridiculously big lounge considering no one sits in the lounge except for you and Dad. And now Brendan's over at the workshop all the time because we've had a spate of break-ins and stuff like that. She goes, there's no need to have that humongous lounge. I'm like, I totally agree. So we found a little lounge. It's a little corner lounge, the same as what we've got, but it's like missing the corner, like an extra seat. I think it's a chase and two-seater. So we're missing 1, 2, 3 extra seats. I don't need a big one. So I'm going to get that. It was fairly comfortable too. I can chuck some, it's big enough to chuck cushions and stuff on. And it's got a little bit where you can sit there with your legs out and all that sort of stuff. So I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to get that from IKEA. And then the table is going, I just said next time Savannah's here, she's going to help me get some furniture that's just getting taken to the dump out of the house. And we're going to just make a pile of it out in the backyard. And Brendan's going to will bring the truck. He doesn't know he's doing that yet, but he's going to bring the truck over and we're going to go to the dump on one weekend. So we're just going to get everything that I no longer want and no longer serves a purpose, has got broken bits on it, whatever, just get it out. And just start downsizing. So I'm just going to get a small round table for the kitchen. I'm going to get rid of the big lounge and get a smaller lounge. Neralee's room will be empty. We're just going to put a day bed in there so when she comes back over, she's got somewhere to sleep. We've already got the sofa bed for Savannah because Savannah said she's fine with the sofa bed. She didn't need a bed in there. The diamond painting room is getting everything taken out and a table's getting put in there so I can do my diamond painting. And then there's just a few other little bits and pieces around the house that I'll probably get rid of. I'm still trying to make friends with getting rid of the big TV, but I think I might end up leaving that and just sprucing up the cabinet that it sits on because there's nothing really wrong with it. But it could do with maybe it's dark brown at the moment, and I'm thinking that I might, I don't know, maybe take the top off it and put a different top on it or something like that. I'll work with it. You'll get to see it here on the craft channel because that's going to be part of the stuff that I do and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I feel you on the downsizing there, Jackie. I'm reading Zita's Till We Die by Amber and Danielle Brown. It's good so far, short chapters, and things are moving pretty quick. Well, that's what you want. When you want to, I love it when you get a book and it's got quick chapters. I think you're doing Pick-Pongathon, aren't you, Jess? It's not too bad. It's not body shaming to know what styles and shapes look best on your body or what feels best to you. Yeah, I've had people have a go at me because I've said that. I'm not body shaming myself. I just don't feel comfortable in that, and it looks weird. It sits weird. It looks weird. And so, yeah. But anyway, each to their own. It's really, I think it's really pretty too. Like very summery, and all that sort of stuff. And like I don't know how long it'll take me to do it, but I can give it a go. Like I've got a ton of Egyptian cotton here in the cream color too, so I'd be able to do it in the Egyptian cotton. I haven't looked at their website. I've come across their website a number of times, and that dress keeps popping out to me. And so I'm definitely going to make it, but I haven't looked at other things on their site yet. So I'll check out all that out too, because I might be able to make, you know, a couple of little tops or something to go with it, which will be really cool. Jackie loves the quilt behind me. Yeah, it's a little wall hanging. Ugh, it's the, let me just get these things off so you can see it a bit better. Brand I want. So let me just take your comment off for a second, Jackie. So that is the 5-minute block. So if you do a search up, that came out of a pattern book. I cannot think of her name. Susan someone? I cannot think of it. If I think of it before the end of the sprints, I will have. If you Google search 5-minute block, it will come up. And that was one of the patterns in there. She's got 3 or 4 books out now, I think, with the 5-minute block. The first one was predominantly quilts. The second one was more some table runners and all that sort of stuff. They are so easy to do, so quick to do. It literally takes you 5 minutes. And most of these only have 1 or 2 seams, and super quick to do. And I did this as a retreat. Everybody got the book, like I purchased the book. And then everybody had the chance to purchase the book that came to the retreat. That was part of the prerequisite. And and we did that. And this one, I thought I don't normally have it hanging up like out here, but I'm like, you know what? The sun was coming in one day, and all under here are all my Cosmo threads. And I thought the sun was coming in one day, and I thought, you know what? That's going to fit there perfectly. I've also done one in grey, blues, and whites as well. It's in the cupboard, though. I haven't got it out. But, yeah, it's just got some Suffolk puffs on it. I buggered it doesn't have those flowers in the corner, but I buggered up one of the corners, and I don't know what I done, but I buggered it up. And so I put these flowers into the corner, in each corner, and then put a Suffolk puff on, and they match these little flowers in the center. And then I thought, oh, well, I'll add a couple extra. I added another small one, so it sort of tied it in because these were quite big. You can see there I've got a little one as well. So I added these little ones up into the corners just to balance it out. But I just used, I think I just used a layer cake for this one. And obviously I had some left over, but it worked out really well. And yeah, it's a bit mishmash. The green leaves were not part of the layer cake, but everything else was part of a layer cake. And this outside binding was not part of the layer cake, but the colours matched pretty well. So I just went with that. I made that probably about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer. Actually, it was pre-COVID, so it'd be 6 years ago. I made that 2018, 2017, somewhere around there. And then, as I said, I did it as a retreat, and everybody absolutely loved it. They really, really enjoyed it. So thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I don't think I was hydrating enough. Coffee evidently is not cutting it for me today as lubrication. So luckily, I have a couple of things of water here. All right, because it is one thing we forget to do. So also getting up and moving, but I am going to be going and doing washing and all that sort of stuff after these sprints and going and getting some steps in and all that sort of stuff. Next week, I am starting on my building my strength up again and all that sort of stuff. So I'll be starting to do yoga. It's getting warmer here in the mornings as well. Like I haven't had to put the heater on except for in the bathroom because it's always cold in the bathroom. But yeah, the mornings are getting brighter earlier and all that sort of stuff. So I'm coming into my spring and everything sort of, yeah, I start moving again and all the rest of it. I swear I was a bear in a past life because winter comes and I just want to hibernate. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to do anything. I just want to crawl into my bed and read my books and do crafts, and that's it. Just counted, and I think I'm halfway done with the second color for this blanket. Nice. If I focus, I could switch to a third color by the end of these sprints. Excellent. Well, we are at the end of the comments, so we are going to turn the camera down again, and we're going to go into our next and final sprint. So that will take us we should be finished by in an hour and a half. So Yeah, all right. So let me just move the camera down and get these sprints started, and hopefully I can get a few more of these granny squares done and get all of the. I'll be happy if I get all of these done today, and that because I'll do some more tonight, and I'll be super happy if I can get that done. All righty, I will see you all in an hour. Happy crafting, everyone. All right. How did we all go during that spring? I hope I have enough of these left. I got 5 flowers done, so I got my pile down. Looking fabulous. A nice little stack. I've got to weave these in, but nice little stack. It's going to be cute. And I think in the first one, I think I made a mistake, but it's neither here nor there. We won't notice that. We'll just put it in a corner or something. But yeah, no, this last one here, I think I finally got the tension right. This second last one, sorry. I think I'm happy with that tension. So yeah, I think from that one onwards, I'll be fine. And I am liking the grippy bit on this, and I think I'm liking it because it doesn't slide down the hook as much. I'm still having little issues here and there with just sort of, do I have an extra stitch in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it just looked like I had an extra stitch in there. Yeah, I don't. Just, it's wonky. So yeah, I'm hoping that I've now got my tension right, and it'll just flow from here on out. So I feel like if I keep going with it today, I will definitely have it down pat, and I'll get everything done, I think, pretty quickly from here on out. So this project's actually going to sit on the couch, so I can basically just pick it up and do one here or there. I like to do some sort of thing on the couch, but as I said, I think the cross stitch, I sort of get to a point where I'm at the end of the day, I want to sit down. The last thing I want to do is set up everything, and that's what's been the problem lately. So I think what I'm going to do is just freehand my cross stitch and have this also there as well, so I can just get stuck into it and be done with it. So I'm going, there's I just found a heap of my crochet hooks. Look at that. I don't even know what millimeter that is. That has no marking on it whatsoever that I can see. Let me just see. There is something that's right there. I need to get the magnifiers for that one. I just found my 10 millimeter hook. So I knew I had one of those 10 millimeter hooks because I purchased it. This only goes up to 6.5, but I knew that I purchased one of these. So, and I wondered where that had got to, so I can pop that in there now. And then I've got this one here, which looks to be, I think it's a 6. And I have my magnifiers out here too. These were, yeah, it is. It's a 6 millimeter. These were really cheap off AliExpress, and the markings on them are pretty crappy. This one's a 9 millimeter, and of course I've got my 4 millimeter. So I'm just going to leave all of that in there and pop that into my little project bag here. So this is my little project bag. It's a little drawstring bag. So it fits a ton of stuff in it. I've got pretty much I've got a massive big thing of white in here, and I've got 2 balls of yellow as well for this. But for now, I'm going to stick this all back in. And it's got pockets on the inside, so I can actually put this yarn into a pocket, and then I can feed it out through the top and just pull it, and it'll come out through the top. So that's what I'm going to do with that one. I'm going to be having a few of these on my Etsy store as well in the near future. All right, so I have to do some white around this one, but what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'll do a heap of yellow, and then like I did with this one, do a heap of the centers, then put the white on it, and then put the green on it. That way I don't know, I'll see how I go, because I think there's 20 on this. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, sorry. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, there's 12. So I've got to do my little round and then get my 12 double crochet on that, or trebles, which they are if you're here in Australia. But it's got all the little pockets and everything. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, I didn't put my scissors away. Can't not have my little scissors in there. Little stalk rainbow scissors. They're so cute. They're in the rainbow sort of metal. Got all these little bits of tidbits in here. I normally have a notepad in here, but I ran out and I haven't found a small one yet to do it. So yeah, I now have this one. Oh yeah. All right, so let me just put these away so I don't lose everything, and I will put that crochet hook in there because I know then that's that size. And then I'll stick these in here too on the outside. Will they fit? No, they won't. I need to make a little bag to go inside the bag to keep all of the things in place. Go in there. There we go. All right. So now I can just have that in the lounge room, on the couch. I'll put my notepad in as well. I'll get organised in just a moment. Pop that there. And voila! All good. And my patterns are on here, so that's good. And then I can set that aside. But I'm happy with that little stack. I'll be even happier when this whole thing is full. I think I can probably fit another 3 or 4 on here. And then that'll be, I think it's 15 per stack, so I need 4 stacks to make my, I'm pretty sure it's, I said 72 earlier. I'm pretty sure it's 62 that I need, not 72, because I figured out that I needed this board to be covered in them. So yeah, I had a lot of fun today getting that done. But Nerily came home earlier, so I got to wish her a happy birthday. And I said to her, you know, she goes, I'm going to go have a shower. I'm like, there's no hot water. We've run out of gas. We've got to go and get gas. And that she goes, that's okay. I've got to have a cold shower anyway because of her hair. So she's got her hair dyed. And so she can't put hot water onto it just yet because it's a semi-permanent. And so she's going to do that. And then we're going to go down. And she said she does not want a mud cake. I'm like, are you sure? That's like the staple. She goes, no, I'm going out to dinner tonight with her friend, her best mate. So she's just doing her thing. And we're not interfering in her birthday. So she didn't want to have a party. She didn't want to do any of that. So I'm happy for her not to have a party if she doesn't want to. She's going out on the weekend with a group of friends. She's always been a little bit of an independent girl. So I can't begrudge her for that. It's her party. It's her birthday. She can do what she wants. So yeah, I'm super happy for her that she's going out tonight for dinner and all that sort of stuff. She knows about the earrings now because I just caught up with her, and she's like, "Yep, cool, no worries." So she's got a rough idea of what she wants to get. So I said she had the option to get a small set. She goes, "I just don't wear the small set, so she's not going to bother with a small set." And I said, "Well, if you want to get a set of studs or something, you can do that too." So yeah, so hopefully she'll pick something out and we can get that for her sooner rather than later. As I said, with the jewelry, we're like her 16th ring, she's very fussy with her jewelry, as I am. And so her 16th birthday ring, she didn't get until like, I think it was like 6 months after her birthday. She just couldn't find anything she wanted, and then she found the perfect ring. So she was super happy that she waited and didn't just buy anything. And that's what I say, you know, just, you don't have to just buy something for the sake of buying it. If you don't like anything, you don't have to buy it. And she was pretty happy with that. So, yeah. All right. Let me just see where we're up to. Selena's grandparents came to visit. Nice. It's always nice when family comes to visit. Well, I did not finish the colour. It's okay. Hubby came home from the mines and distracted me, but I'm almost finished with row 13 of 19 of the colour. Awesome. And getting sleepy. I'm also getting sleepy too. Love the bag. Thank you. I made that myself. So yeah. It's and it's not cheap fabric on the front either. This is Liberty Tanner Lawn. So I'm hoping to make a few of these and get them up on Etsy in the next couple of months. There will be lots of bag making. I've run out of stock basically, and I've been slack and I haven't kept my stock up. So yeah, I have to get a few things made. But I'm not going to stress myself about it. As soon as they get up, they get up. I'll just plod along with it and all that sort of stuff. Got a ton of stuff happening. That looks so good. I'm so envious of your talent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My little daisies are so cute. I love them. I absolutely love them. Very cute. It's going to look awesome once it's done. And I did 5 today. I'm really surprised. I am not fast by any means. I mean, obviously, over time, I will get faster, but I am not fast by any means. And it's a blanket at the end of the day. It's about practicing, right? Love the colours too. Thank you. Thanks again for another wonderful sprint. No worries, Chris. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hosting today. Always enjoyable to spend my evening. It is an enjoyable way to spend your day or evening. Thanks for the sprints. No worries, Jean. I'll check out everything you sent to me after I get back from getting gas. So I'll do that this afternoon. Took out the garbage and did a load of laundry. That is my afternoon. Garbage is already out and been emptied by the Garbo, which is short for garbage man. So that has been done. Now I've just got to go and get gas and some cat food. And I think that's all I had to do. I'm pretty sure that's all I had to do. I need more crafty type sprints. I mean, now that I can craft I know I can craft during reading sprints, but I always forget. That's fair. I'm probably looking at doing a couple more. I know Jess was thinking about doing some as well. So just keep an eye out, Christina. You'll probably find there'll be a few. Just got a book package from my friend in London. Nice. What book is it? My nan bought it into the hospital. It's a limited edition hardcover of When the Moon Hatched. Oh, that is so cool. It'll be so pretty too. Thanks for the sprints. No worries. Oh, and the tree on the diamond painting is done. Yay. I will pop a picture in the Discord. I'd love to see it. Thanks for the sprints. That's fine, hun. You're in hospital and you got family coming and all that sort of stuff. Who knew being in hospital would be so busy? I know, right? You no sooner get settled and then someone wants to come poke and prod you. Not good. Nice, I know, right? All right. With that, I'm going to bid everybody a farewell. Thank you for hanging out with me for the last 5 hours. Hopefully you got some crafting done and made more progress on your whips and all that sort of stuff. Don't forget to join me again next week, same time, same station, and all the things. And I think I might do some more crochet probably next week. I might work on something a little bit different. I do have my little scarf that I would like to make as well. I mean, obviously, I've got the virus shawl on the go, so I'll probably do some more of that over the week as well. And yeah, but I would like to make these little hair ties to tie the hair back while I'm doing housework and all that sort of stuff. And also in the garden, I can have my hair out and all the things. So yeah, all right. As always, thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate everybody being here and coming in and joining in the conversation. It makes it a nice crafty morning and / evening. But as always, keep crafting, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye for now.